crabs home to his marital wedding bed, and he was cheating in the first 3 years or something like that. It wasn't even like he did it like 10 years in. He was in the first year. He was like sleeping with his old girlfriend and all this other shit. And I was like, yeah, it's cool for me to write off your behavior because I'm a man, but as a human being, it's difficult to do, you know. And eventually it led to this crazy moment. And they're still together. I stand corrected in the end, but I advised that they break up, and I was just like, this is insane. He cheats on you so much. It's not even like you're there. It's not even like you're really a partner. And it was kind of like that. And this one day, she was like, she had me like come up to the house, and I came to see her. And she was, and I was like, I'm not going to hide what he's doing. He's up in Colorado Springs right now, lying to you about where he is so he can sleep with girls and stuff. And I'm not gonna lie to you about this. And she drank an entire bottle of, she drank an entire handle of vodka and an entire bottle of psychoactive drugs. You know, the stuff they give you for, like, you know, psychiatric drugs. She took like an entire bottle of meds. I still don't remember what it was, but she took like an entire bottle. It was insane. And I called 911 immediately afterwards, and they came and they got her and they pumped her stomach and they saved her. It was insane. And I remember what stands out in that mess was when her mother came running across the courtyard to save her life because the cops were being slow and so were the paramedics. And I remember her mother face planted in the snow, and I came to help her, and I was like, are you okay? Do you need help? And all this. And there were all these goddamn cops and all these paramedics standing around this poor girl whose husband was cheating on her. And I was the only one in the entire courtyard who came running to help her, like, are you okay? Are you okay? And they wanted me to do it. All of them were terrified to touch her, I think. They're like, something about it, something about the system, or I don't know what it was. Even touching her or helping her was sort of against their code. That's how bad the system was. And I'll never forget what stood out about that day. It wasn't the cheating. It wasn't the fact that I told the wife about it and then she fucking tried to kill herself basically in front of me. But then she told me, and I called 911. And I was like, well, she downed an entire fucking handle of vodka and a bottle of sleeping pills inside of fucking, I don't know, 45 seconds or something like that, and then came back into the living room and told me what she did and that she was trying to commit suicide. And they were like, okay, well, we'll be there. And they were there in like 7 minutes or something. It was insane, but they were there really fast. But as they got there, her mother arrived too. Her mother arrived like 15 minutes later, and it was like maybe 10 minutes after they got there. And her mother arrived to come and try and save her life, and she face planted in the snow, and she was in her gown. And she face planted in the snow, running full tilt towards the house because the mother had, because my friend, she had a baby. And I went running to help the mother, and I was the only one there. There was like 15 cops and, I don't know, 5 paramedics and a fire truck. And I'm not saying that Denver paramedics or fire, you know, I'm not saying the first responders are bad. I'm saying that when it came down to it, I was the only human there who was able to run and help the person. Do you understand? I was like the only person there who had the power to go and help her mother who face planted in the fucking snow. I was the only one there. The rest of them were like, what can we do? It was such a weird fucking experience of my entire life. It stood out so much. And I'm supposed to remember how he was cheating on her and how I told her and all this other stuff. But all I remember was the fucking paramedics and the first responders doing nothing. Nothing at all. Something about an elderly woman face planting in the fucking snow. They just couldn't go run and help her or anything like it. They just weren't like that. They couldn't help her in any way or form.
You receive loot, linen cloth. You loot 7 copper.
My book? So you were the thief who stole it.
280.
What is this new enchantment upon it?
Quest accepted.
Bethor,
Proving
he is in
allegiance.
Lordaeron. If he still exists,
Arcana says,
then perhaps
take a
he
candle
too
back
escaped
on
It
from the
was
Lich King's grasp.
nothing. It wasn't even
You see,
XP. It was just the end of a oh no, it was. It was 280 XP. That's good. That's fine.
My book corroborates this. But before I believe you, I must have proof that you are enemy to the Scourge. There is an old, bloody altar just off the southern coast of this island. It is used by a powerful Scourge agent, Lilith Nefara. Take a candle of beckoning from this crate here. Light it on the altar and Lilith will awake. Destroy Lilith, and I will believe you are the Lich King's foe.
You loot 17 copper.
Candle of Beckoning. Wait, what? Okay, I don't really understand. Anyways, so let's go. I can't hearth right now, not for 40 minutes, but I can go to the Zeppelin. Water is one of the ways that I'm really strong, and I didn't really think about this, but yeah, I've got 4 minutes of breathing time. I can't auto run because it gets you killed. It does. It gets you killed every time. We're going to Orgrimmar now, to the Barrens. I'm going to miss the Zep. Of course.
My brother said we could make great money with this trade route, but he didn't tell me I would be the one living on this side. If you come back this way on the Zeppelin,
Okay,
could you bring
I'm
me
going to go
something to
pee.
eat? They sell some of the finest meat in Orgrimmar, and I sure could use something that didn't die weeks before it stopped moving.
Okay, I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back.
Your auction of light armor kit has expired. Your auction of rough wooden staff has expired. Your auction of brilliant small fish has expired. Your auction of sickly looking fish has expired. Your auction of charred wolf meat has
eventually reach a
expired.
verdict. First, Lorena was found not guilty because of insanity caused by an irresistible urge to hurt John.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Lorena Lenore Bobbitt, not guilty of malicious wounding as charged in the indictment by reason of insanity. Signed, Clay S. Kokalis, foreperson.
Therefore, she was not responsible for the damages done to him, and John, on the other hand, was acquitted of marital SA. Following the case, though, a judge ordered Lorena to be evaluated and housed at the Central State Hospital in Petersburg, Virginia, for at least 45 days.
As the statute requires a mandatory commitment for an observation period of a minimum of 45 days.
And following her release in 1995, John and Lorena Bobbitt officially divorced after 6 years of marriage. There it is, really. With all the media attention surrounding the case, both Lorena and John gained small amounts of notoriety and stardom. I mean, this thing was huge in the 90s, and this is pre-internet. And it gets really, really, really sad and cringe here for John Wayne Bobbitt. Following the trial, John Wayne Bobbitt starred in two... If you couldn't have guessed, they were both incredibly unsuccessful and failed spectacularly. Specifically, they failed to generate enough revenue to pay for anything, really, fortunately. His band, Severed Parts, also never really caught on and ultimately failed as well. Severed Parts, that's a good, that's a great name. That's a really good name, John Wayne Bobbitt. It's very smart. Very smart name. When the case was still going on, John went on the Howard Stern show. John also called into the show another time with his new girlfriend, where they again talk about the story and how his newest girlfriend claims that she is also being beaten, and they begin to make light of the situation and crack some jokes at her expense.
Now let me get this straight, Christine. Why do you want to marry John if you're accusing him of beating you? Because
I think that to get through to John...
You have to marry him?
No. Howard, don't be putting words in my mouth.
No, I don't understand why you would marry a guy who gave you a black eye.
Why marry him?
Christina, Howard, I don't want to get married.
Oh, you don't want to get married?
I don't want to get married.
Even though she's claiming that she's being beaten actively by this man. Once again, this interview happened while the case was still going on, and this was pre-trial. So the interview sort of established that Lorena was crazy in the minds of all the people who are big Stern guys, big shock jock guys. And heading into the trial, it seemed like a kind of planned PR move that might have helped in the long run. If he could somehow demonstrate that she was actually crazy, it might change people's opinions of him, because he's like, he's a terrible guy. John, aside from all this, would experience a string of other legal troubles following and during the trial. During the trial in 1994, John was also charged with striking a 21-year-old exotic dancer named Christina Elliott, who he met in Las Vegas. And at the time, the two persons happened to be engaged, but after the incident, they called it off. Eventually, because of that, he was convicted of battery and would serve 15 days in jail, and he would deny any claims of being violent, in spite of being convicted and serving 15 days for battery. Wow, 15 days. That's a lot. That seems like a lot. I'm being sarcastic, by the way. That's not very much time to spend in jail for just serially beating women. What the f? In 1999, John would be put on probation for being a part of a theft in Nevada, and in 2003, he was sentenced to prison time for violating his probation after he was charged with, you guessed it, battery against his then wife, Joanna Farrell. This guy's a piece of shit. It's crazy. He would be arrested 2 more times for battery against Farrell and would divorce her in 2004. Unfortunately, with his still intact. His Franken or whatever that thing is. What the? So during John's big time after the trial, after he moved to Las Vegas, John would have multiple jobs and even appear on the WWF's Monday Night Raw is War in 1998.
Yes! There he is! It's John Wayne Bobbitt!
The guy was everywhere doing everything and somehow still unable to be successful with his stupid movies and his dumbass band name. But it's crazy. He continued to beat women, his wives, nowadays, the most recent update on John is in...
Yeah, just once a wife beater, always a wife beater. Find a woman who's vulnerable and beat the shit out of them. I've never understood this fucking thing about goddamn men. I've never understood it.
April of 2024, he had to have his...
Oh, good. In April, he was busted again for beating his wife, right?
He was amputated due to toxic peripheral polyneuropathy.
Toxic neuropathy is Another common type of peripheral neuropathy, diabetes, of course, is one of the most common, but we've found multiple different toxins that can cause nerve damage and cause the peripheral neuropathy.
And this is believed to be caused by exposure to harmful chemicals at Camp Lejeune, where he was stationed originally when he was in the Marine Corps. Chemicals in the water. There's a lot of chemicals in the water in Camp Lejeune. It's like actually a really big issue.
Contaminated water at Camp Lejeune has been linked to serious health problems, including cancers, neurological diseases, reproductive diseases, and many other health concerns. If you are exposed to this tainted water and experience any of these issues with your health, the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 may make it possible for you to finally recover a significant settlement.
So I do concede that that is a terrible thing, and I feel bad that that has happened to, not him, I don't really give a fuck about him, but that has happened to a lot of Marines. There is a lot of problems with the water, the drinking water, and the fire retardant foam that leaked into the drinking water. Big issue, guys. Big issue, guys. Hey, man, hopefully the government doesn't forget about the people who give up their lives to protect and serve it. You know, hopefully they don't forget about them. Hopefully they forget about this guy, but not the others. As for Lorena, after all this stuff went down, she tried to stay away from the spotlight as much as possible, which is a sign of a healthy mind, ironically enough. In 1996, she was invited by the then president of Ecuador, Abdallah Bucaram, to lunch at the National Palace, which is pretty cool. Somewhat ironically enough, though, in 1997, Lorena would be charged and then acquitted of assault for punching her mother while watching TV. What is up with this shit? These people are actually both crazy. What is going on? I've never seen anybody I don't know anybody who's ever punched anybody without them deserving it. What the In 2007, she moved to Washington, D.C., where she founded Lorena's Red Wagon Foundation, which led to the founding of the Lorena Gallo organization in 2018, which is dedicated to preventing domestic violence. Okay, that's awesome. Cool. Lorena would remarry, have a child, and lead a relatively normal life, striving to actually make a difference in the situations for women that were in her situation. However, she couldn't stay out of the spotlight forever. John and Lorena met once on the TV show The Insider in 2009, and on the show, they recount the events of that night. That's right, they got on TV together. These people talked after this shit. I couldn't imagine that. And they both tried to portray the other as the perpetrator of the wrong. Following the interview, both parties were relatively quiet, and their story entered pop culture again and was referenced in Family Guy and other movies and TV shows and popular media. It's been referenced a lot.
I'll be more of a gentleman than John Wayne Bobbitt with his second wife.
Hey, honey, would you take out the trash?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Love it, love it. What else?
Well, I have been dying to see that new Rebel Wilson movie. I hear she raps, like, a lot.
Let's just do this.
In fact, multiple musical artists, Weird Al, Essenfu, Lizzo, a whole bunch of people have made references to this insane crime and situation in their songs. Famous sculptor Mary Beth Edelson created a life-size monument titled Kali Bobbitt in 1994, and this is before the end of the trial, so Mary Beth was like onto something here. And in this sculpture, the main woman is inspired by the Hindu goddess Kali, which stands for time, death, violence, sexuality, and female empowerment, and also motherly love. That's a lot of things that seemingly contradict that this thing stands for. Edelson took inspiration from the Bobbitt case and added unique details to the Kali statue. Some interesting details include Lorena standing on a ziggurat, a belt of knives, and her model also holding a severed. So yeah, that's a thing. In recent years, Lorena has really sort of come back to the forefront and has done numerous interviews with various news outlets and has been the subject of a TV series and even a movie. In recent interviews, she has come out defending herself from the image that the media has portrayed of her since the case has happened. Because there's so many people that just believe that she's completely insane, which the whole punching your mom in the face thing, that's crazy. But like, overall, I think it's clear who the real bad, I mean, it's pretty clear. Lorena has constantly had to deal with the media portraying her as an insane person, which is definitely somewhat true for sure. But PR of the Howard Stern interview did a lot of damage, and she's been sort of instilled in people's minds as a result of the pop culture interactions back then. And now she's finally speaking out about it. And by God, if you look at their track records, hers is way better. So like, it's kind of obvious as to who's better. In 2019, a 4-part docu-series directed by Jordan Peele came out titled Lorena.
It's only because she doesn't have a penis that drives her to do really crazy things. Otherwise, she would be just like him.
and how she became the laughingstock of the United States as her husband toured around and slandered her name, which is insane. And Jordan Peele is an incredibly talented director, and I've watched this series. It's great, and it is very unfortunate what happened to Lorena Bobbitt. I mean, like, all around. The following year, a movie titled I Was Lorena Bobbitt, produced by Lifetime, way worse, showed viewers her side of the story, including what happened the night of the incident and her life following the case. And it includes her work fighting for other victims of SA abuse of all kinds, which is, you know, there's just a clear, you know, it is so up that this guy was able to be like, yeah, I'm John Wayne Bobbitt, the Franken guy, and then just serially beating women and just sort of getting away with it in a sense. Did go to jail a couple times and whatnot, but and then Lorena is just like, she's crazy. She did punch her mom. She definitely punched her mom, and she was also acquitted because of insanity. But like, a form, right?
Tonight, the high-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice
Thank you, Lorena Bobbitt. Thank you, ABC.
Their first face-to-face meeting in this
For the excellent content for my stream, I've liked and sub to your channel. I'm sorry, did I say Lorena Bobbitt? I meant Oompaville.
First face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special, the most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News.
I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I've got PvP, guys. I've got a Tristan. I'm gonna kill him. I've got him halfway to structure. You're fucked, bitch. You're fucked. You don't do anywhere near the damage I do. What's up, need to and nay to RTA? Yep, but I'm halfway through to structure. I'm gonna kill you fast before you kill me, or maybe I won't. Maybe I won't. I don't know, but. Definitely kill this guy. He's through to structure. Fucking definitely kill him. Why is this taking so long? Is he an armor rep? He's an armor rep Tristan. Why? Damage just stopped. Nice. Damage just stopped. And I died. Nice. Yeah. Well. Okay, good fight, friend. Yeah, good fight. Went from 116 to 0 for 45 seconds. If damage didn't stop for some reason. Pop some drugs, huh? Muted, asshole. Block. Yeah. Maybe I'll go, I'll save this location or whatever. Can you save this location? Is it possible for you to save this? Or whatever? Can we save this location? Can you save the location of the drone? No, because you suck dick. Alright, well. Yeah, that was fun. Caught somebody immediately. That was cool how I got him down to armor. And then the damage stopped for 115 seconds. And this is why PvP is worthless.
And around the world tonight.
This is why PvP in EvE is completely worthless. Don't waste your fucking time with it.
Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss and chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
You receive loot. Ruined leather scraps.
Former president. I love it. I love how the best we can do for the like.
Thank you.
Welcome to
Ooh, they really hate each other.
Good evening.
She went to him. She was expected to go to him. Do you see it?
Looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters
Spirited and thoughtful debate.
Number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing. And the cost of housing is too expensive for we know that young families need support to raise their children.
Aggro.
You can't respond. I'm gonna troll him in front of a lot of people. Fucking loser. Look at his born loser hero losing. It's hilarious.
Families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion. One of them is small businesses. I was actually, my mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations.
Yeah, Republicans are killing humanity. The conservatives are killing the human race. Conservatives, American conservatives are killing the human race. Absolutely.
America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be
which is killing the human race. Conservative 22% raise on everything that you buy. Yeah, that's conservatives. Conservatives will kill the human race. They're the worst traitors in the history of the human race. Conservatives will kill the human race. They don't care. They'll just keep doomsday prepping while all of that money stuffs into some demon banker's bank account that they don't control. And then the demon banker turns on them and says, "Oh no, your money, it's gone." And the conservatives like, "What do you mean my money's gone? And I'm the law and order. I'm the law and order regime." No, you're an idiot who never dealt with critical. You're just an idiot.
Class families in about 4.
And so, yeah, the conservatives will kill the human race. Trump's the proof. Look at how much of a joke Trump is. How many people fear him. How many people fear him leading. People who don't even live in this country. Yeah. This is the conservatives killing the human race. Fuck the conservatives up their worthless, stupid asses. You know what I'm saying? Fuck them.
Policies and his ideas.
Oh, look at the crab face with the hate look on Facebook. Look at the crab face, hate look on Facebook. Perma crab face as he's like, I'm racist, blah, 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 I'm racist and I don't like you, blah, blah, blah.
Be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
Crab face?
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's
No, I've just got the crab face. I've got no policy, just crab face. That's it. Crab face policy. That's it.
Statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off.
I love trolling somebody live. It's hilarious.
So much money they can't. They totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places they've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking...
Yeah, they're coming in and they're sucking your dick, aren't they, Trump? They're in your house and they're your maids and your servants, and they've been sucking on your dick for 50 years and you're scared that they'll stop.
Jobs that are occupied...
Oh, wait, no, you aren't, so you're just going to rip them off, Call them rapists and thieves and murderers.
By African Americans and Hispanics, and also
Listen to you lie. Listen to you lie.
Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States.
No, you're gone. Your threats are bullshit and you're gone. You'll never lead again, you fucking loser. The only thing you lead is your fucking wiener.
Look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the town.
No, they aren't. That's a hoax. That's a lie. As the right-wingers implode.
They're taking over buildings.
My friend, he lives 6 blocks from there. No, they aren't. No, they aren't.
They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to
You think this is the greatest economy? Did you think the COVID economy was the greatest economy that ever existed? The COVID economy? You know, you had COVID your entire fucking presidency. That COVID economy was the best that's ever existed?
But I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst
You did.
public
You
health
did.
epidemic
There wasn't any
in a
jobs
century.
while you were around.
Donald Trump left
There wasn't any
us
money,
the
you
worst
piece of shit
attack
thief.
on our democracy since the Civil War. And
Yep.
what we have done is
Yep.
clean up Donald
You repeal Roe v. Wade, BLM, the assault on Afghanistan, COVID, all that war for all 4 years, you know, that you were in there and all that, and all the men we lost. Yeah, pretty much the worst we've ever had.
mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook. A bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us, and I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do.
You sound so angry.
2025. That's out there.
What?
I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group.
Yeah, I would say you're not connected, yeah. I mean, yeah, he's right about that. He's not connected. He's not in the deep state, no. He has no friends.
That got together, they came up with some ideas. I guess some good, some bad. But
Okay, I guess
there's no
some
difference. I
good,
have nothing
some
to do.
bad.
Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy.
Cut
like I did
taxes?
before. We had the greatest
You're not going to cut taxes. You're a rich man. That's the last thing you'll do. That lie? You can shove it up your fucking richer ass, you fucking liar.
Like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a...
Yeah, you did a good job with the pandemic. Lost 1 million Americans. Yeah, you did a good job, yeah. Korea lost 0. You lost 1 million. You did a good job. Korea, somebody with something like 40 times the amount of population, had like basically 0 COVID deaths, but you had 1 million. You would call that good management? Remember how you said we should shoot up bleach?
The stock market was higher
You weird psycho.
than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gas.
Did you really?
We got masks.
Because all I heard about your entire presidency was the lack of PPE. The lack of PPE.
That nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot
I don't
of
give you
things.
credit for anything. I don't think you did anything your entire presidency. Name something. What did you do? Pandemic assistance. Pandemic unemployment assistance, which is a bipartisan push. What did you do for America beyond set us back 500 years, you fucking traitor?
But not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it
Yeah, like any jobs in your administration were bounced back because there was no jobs.
But
I was there. I lived it. I had to file for unemployment for the second time in my life after 37 years. There was no jobs in your fucking administration. The time that John Boehner was in fucking power in the fucking Senate, I faced unemployment the first time I ever saw the Republicans really win, you know? And then the second time was like 15 years later, or whatever it was. I'm sorry. No, it was way sooner than that. It was like 5-6 years later with you. And every time a Republican gets in power, the world dies. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true, motherfucker. Every time a Republican gets in power, the world dies.
They know.
Vietnam, COVID, 9/11, Nixon, Bush, Trump.
And so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So, Donald Trump has no plan for you.
No plan. Nothing.
And when
Nope.
you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax
Nothing.
breaks for the richest people.
Yep.
I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse, mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great
No, they
plan.
don't.
It's a plan that's
No, they
gonna
don't.
bring
You're
up
lying out
our
your
worth,
fucking
our
ass.
value as a country.
You don't have a plan. What plan? Define the plan. Name the plan. What plan do you have? You don't have a plan.
People want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like
No, you're projecting. You're the one without a plan. She's got student debt relief, infrastructure, healthcare, wars overseas, the grocery prices, the price fixing, and the rent crisis. What do you have? You've got get the Mexicans out of here. You racist piece of shit.
sentences like
Racist, worthless piece of shit. What do you have? Name a policy. I'll sit here and wait. Name a Donald Trump policy beyond racism. Single one. I'll wait.
run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country.
Tariffs?
As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on.
Nobody will deal with America, you piece of shit.
Year. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing,
Yeah,
vacation,
what?
arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have, and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries
China.
that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president.
To Wharf Master Dizzywig.
This quest information is more valuable than this man's entire life. Sorry.
The oases of the barrens hide a mystery.
BRB.
Life energy flows from their waters, invigorating the plants and beasts that drink it. Invigorating and altering. There is a mushroom that grows near these oases. Its spores hold properties that we, the apothecaries of Lordaeron, find useful. Bring me these spores and you will earn our gratitude.
breathing on Fallout 76 from the NPCs because it's kind of annoying. But I mean, I'm making progress. Wait, there's somebody in here? Oh, okay, there's somebody in here. I didn't know. Yep. Search the front parlor while wearing a veil. Did I pull a veil? Yeah. Okay, search the front parlor while wearing a veil. Which way is that? Oh, I see it. Oh no, they're trying to redo... Ugh. Creeper. Listen to the initiate holotape.
China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything.
Yeah, because of the rich people like you, Donald Trump. You stole 90% of the money. You and those 1%ers. You represent the 1%. Did you forget?
The people of our...
You stole all the money, you fucking rich asshole. No. You could say that this Los Angeles district attorney stole all the money, but no, she doesn't have billions of dollars. That's you worthless piece of shit thief.
Country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy, and all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number
The
of
president. What do you mean, the president? He's never been the president. Why do you call him that, you fucking tool? That is not the president. He's never been the president.
So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America.
Yeah.
He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China?
Not
what
long
he ended
ago, a
up
shipment
doing
of
is
silver
under
was
Donald
stolen
Trump's
from our guard
presidency.
tower. It was
He
meant
en-
as payroll to the Crossroads Guard.
I'm sorry, this
We
Quest
want that
information
silver
is more
back.
important than
The
their
strange
entire
thing is,
lives.
we caught one of the thieves on the night of the theft, and it was a raptor. Unbelievable. I don't know what raptors would want with silver, but I don't care. I want the raptors dead so they won't steal from us again. Hunt raptors in the barrens. Collect for me their heads.
Your first prey will be easy. The plane striders to the east have been harassing our food supplies and have become a nuisance. Put down the plane striders and return to me with their beaks.
Long ago, the Barrens was a lush place, teeming with life. But war and cataclysm raged across the land, scorching it and leaving a dry husk. Such is the way of things, and it saddens my heart. But within the past few years, new oases have formed in the Barrens, and life stirs. And deep down, we drew its sense of power leaking its way to the surface. We must find its source, travel to the Forgotten Pools, northwest of the Crossroads, search its waters for a source of power, then return here.
All the Quillbores are our enemies, adventurer. Some just prove to be more of a nuisance than others. The Razormane tribe has been attacking our supply lines from Duratar, causing us no end of annoyance. I have scouts seeking the leader of these raids. But until then, any losses you can inflict on the filthy pigmen would aid us. Start in the northeast towards Duratar. You can always tell their dens from the huge, thorny vines that come up from the earth. Seek them out and slay them.
That attack on the caravan contained supplies we desperately needed. You've been brave enough to take on the Razormane tribe so far, and I will ask you to do so again, but this time, I wonder if I could ask you to keep your eyes open for some of our lost supplies. You can probably find them throughout their camps. The Quillbore getting fat off their dishonorable acts. The people of the Crossroads would be in your debt.
The blasted harpies have been ravaging our caravan supplies for too long. It's time we slit a few of their throats and diminished their numbers. I've been snooping around their nests and figured out who leads who. The most devastating attack will destroy a good section of their lower chain of command. And then we can
This 4 a.m. I'm gonna eat.
I'll start you off slow. Take out Witchwing harpies and Witchwing rogue feathers in the northwest, and bring me 8 Witchwing talons. That should be a good start.
You feel rested.
have a sandwich and half a can of beans for dinner. Let's go to the full screen since I'm safe.
Ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce.
Win the race?
So that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father
Really?
was a Marxist professor. In
Bullshit.
economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has...
Bad immigration. What does that mean? Was that it? That was it? Yeah, that is it. Well, alright, well, pull this one. Never mind. I want, Okay, so I want to make my argument, but I had to think about it for a little bit. This man on the left, who's on the right, I don't think he cares about anything that has to do with our lives at all.
See, that's insane.
I think he has only one intention of bringing down his adversaries.
Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can
No,
look
they
at the
don't.
governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before.
You
he
sound like
said,
a
"The baby
crackpot
will be
asshole.
born, and we will decide what to do with the baby."
No, they
in other words,
don't.
we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential
Ridiculous.
pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to it.
Oh, you got owned, you weird, deranged, conservative piece of shit cocksucker. You got owned.
As I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about
Stay away.
What people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
Yep.
But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes
Testify.
again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back.
Every
into the states,
legal
and the states are
scholar.
voting. And it may take a little time, but for 50
A little
years,
time.
this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out
What?
and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America.
It is.
Understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion ban. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative
Bullshit.
decision
You've
on
not been a
IVF from the
leader.
Alabama
You're
courts,
we're Republican old white man. You've not been a leader.
2 days later, voted it in. I've
Stop
been a leader on
lying.
it.
No, you haven't. You're a rich, white, ear, weird, old Republican white man. You're not a leader on it. You're not a leader on that.
Will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month? Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you
That's
answer
the problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question,
you
would you
could
veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th month, and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us
Testify,
to
sister.
transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the board.
First, let me respond to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most...
People don't leave my rallies, or they get yelled at.
Because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject.
Please stop talking like that. Please stop talking like that. Please stop talking like that, you worthless piece of shit cocksucker. Please stop scaring my fellow Americans. You worthless fucking traitor. Fuck you.
People to come into our country and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Bullshit. Why did you bring this up during a presidential debate? It's so crazy and weird and fake news. Why did you bring this up during a presidential debate?
As far as rallies are concerned,
it's not just my frustration. I'm sure your side feels it too. Your side feels it too. They're like, why did you bring up this crazy point that means nothing?
The reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase. Make America great again. She's destroying this country.
Very simple
phrase. If she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success.
Bullshit.
Not only success, will end up being Venezuela.
Bullshit. Obama and Joe both proved that we're going to be absolutely the fuck fine.
Steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant
Your
community.
lies.
People on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But
television.
the people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
Extreme.
Yeah, you're talking about extreme.
This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress.
She's like trying to, you understand how she's trying to like seduce the fucking actual patriotism in ex-Republicans.
If you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump will give you a quick minute to respond.
Yeah. Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired
No, you
most
aren't.
of those people.
Yeah, you did.
Not so graciously. They did.
No, you
bad
sucked
things
dick
with
while
their
you were
job.
doing it, and they were really good at their job, and we hate you.
They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan.
You
and the
fired
Taliban and the
them.
13
No, you
people
fired them.
Who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed, and I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books, with nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far.
No.
In fact, I got more votes than
Nixon.
any sitting president.
No,
in
Nixon
history
got more
by
than you.
far.
Nixon.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police,
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah. It is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why?
No, the crime in Venezuela is not down. It's up because of rich people like you, Donald Trump. Fuck you.
Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow, and I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people.
Like you? Yeah, like you? Yeah.
Crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear, where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses,
The rent
address
crisis.
bringing down the price of groceries. But
Food.
frankly, the American people are exhausted
Transportation,
with this same old tired
healthcare.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop
Nobody's
him.
going to stop him.
It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably
Not me.
took
Not
the
me.
bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia.
You're the one who pushed a wall and tried to alienate us from the South. You're the one who pushed a wall and tried to alienate us with our friends to the West. You're the one who pushed a wall and tried to alienate us from our friends to the East. And we have no friends to the North. We are the North.
We have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I was the tie-breaking
She
vote
is
on
not
the
a friend of the environment. No, I wouldn't say.
Production Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hard-working mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down. And name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump,
Well, first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
What?
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one.
Bullshit. She has never, ever, ever, ever said, I will come for your guns. That's just never, ever happened. You're fucking bullshit. Bullshit. Liar, liar, liar. Liar, worthless liar. As usual.
So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert soil. These are not good things for the environment, as she understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election.
What are you talking about, you fucking idiot?
And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power. which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we
by your side. It was your side that did that.
I asked, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes,
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape.
Oh, Nancy Pelosi rejected me.
Responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president.
She didn't do her job.
Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack
That guy was roided.
our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going.
Let's not go back to these fucking piece of shit, feckless white pieces of shit.
Well, there is a place in our campaign,
idiots,
to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where Bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every...
The only thing that you know about America, Trump, is what Fox sold you. You stupid piece of fucking worthless fucking traitor piece of shit. The only thing that you know about America is what Sean Hannity Combs Pete Diddy Poof Poof or whatever sold you. Okay, I'm going to log here. I'm bored of Fallout 76. I'm going to play a different game. Going to play Overwatch now. Terribly sorry, guys. It's been a good run, but it's hard for me to focus, so... Overwatch 2 comp heals. Done. We're gonna change it to live streaming. Edit. But don't. No, I want you to actually copy this. You didn't do it? I guess you didn't. Okay, so then come. Oh, no, now you need to go to Overwatch 2 comp heals, and then. Let's see how many different ways all these software developers are incompetent. There we go. That's one of the ways. Okay, so, and now we're going to play, but I've got to load BNet. My EVE has ended.
Every newspaper.
I've got to pee, but then I also have to go to BNet and launch my Overwatch. So I will be right back while I pee. Oh man, you take a long time to join a game now. Good job. Took a while. Let's go to competitive and heal.
But they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's...
Because they're our southern neighbors and we love them, and they're Latino people and we love you. And I'm really scared of what this rich white piece of fucking cocksucking shit has to say about race politics in America in 2024. And those are our Latino and Latina brothers and sistren to the south. We love you, and we do not stand with this racist white piece of fucking privileged shit that never worked as an entire day in his life, you know? And we love our neighbors to the south, and I'm far more cognizant of the fact that you are America, just like me, than I am that this is America, like that this guy is America. I'm far more cognizant of the fact that our neighbors to the south and our fellow Americans are Latino and Latina than this man is that he's white.
He's not doing anything. And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it.
I think you would be very proud to do it. Your weird acts of hate. Yeah, I think you would.
We would both leave this debate right now.
Yep.
I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate, because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border, because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. But I do want to focus on this.
Yeah, I don't know why you're drawing correlations between J6 and Mexican border policy.
Next issue to both of you, because it really brings us this into focus. Truth in these times that we're living in.
I don't like this weird, crazy white man, and I want him away forever. I want him gone, dead. I want him gone. I don't like this weird, crazy white man.
President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost?
Acknowledging that you lost.
I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
that.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people...
I think you speak English, but you have no idea what country you live in.
Are trying to get them to vote, and that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm. Lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No judge
Republican,
looked at it.
and said
They said
no
we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The President of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you, you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you... We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news, and the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say he lost the election. He still believes he did not lose the election. That was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that has come in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he said will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us, we won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he's having a very difficult
I'm clear
time
about it.
processing that.
Yeah, he is.
We cannot afford to
He
have
got
a
fired.
president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think
up.
we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
What?
How we got here. On October 7th, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel
who's the
has
brig
a right
for?
to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal, and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
I couldn't roll.
Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up. Far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet
Can I get a
with
game with just,
Netanyahu
like,
when he went to
competent
Congress to
fucking
make a
teammates?
very
Seriously.
important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel. Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming
Dumbass, you're one of the only other healers in here that can heal. Like, what do you expect? Yeah, your team's dying? That means that you're not doing... Like, yeah, sure, you get damage and stuff. But if we're not getting healed, that's on you. Like, are you dumb? Is this your first time playing Overwatch or what?
Well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can
And you're still not at 2K heals.
Flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
And she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins, and I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way, gets paid a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back to you.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this. Live from the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so. Arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin. Hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war? Yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right,
negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank. to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier. And now, please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. Got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fella. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is Commander-in-Chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
You talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. Otherwise, we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, Do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban.
Please kill the Pharaoh.
The Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be Commander-in-Chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying he began the negotiations
Yeah, thank you.
with the Taliban.
So, if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul was the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move
and
on.
These people did the worst withdrawal and, in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something, I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmothers speak, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what you just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Time's up.
Your time is up, you crazy man.
Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible. One who brings optimism.
Please, you gotta stop talking how much you're a loser, you know? Yeah, disparaging everybody around you, you weird piece of shit, negative fucking asshole. Embrace the notion of power of as you know, as opposed to the notion of power over.
I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page.
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
to defund
She
the
ruined our
police.
country.
She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan.
move
Confiscate everybody's gun? Come on, look at your fucking ass, you fucking crazy piece of shit, delusional fucking effort.
To not allow fracking in
What are you
Pennsylvania
talking
or
about?
Anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
no, the
Pennsylvania?
President Trump.
How about the entire country?
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I
gonna
just need to
move
respond
on, Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he
President
has said
Trump, this is
multiple
now
times.
your third
Fight
time
with her.
running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care. Always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. It's 4 months until the presidency, but I have concepts of a plan.
Right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have.
Spoken like a true
And
white
you'll be
person.
hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President.
I'll be
Harris,
hearing about it as I laugh at you. Yeah.
2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying.
Stop with the lying!
As it relates to the Affordable Care Act,
Yeah, she likes guns like you. You're an idiot. She likes guns like you.
understand. Just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president,
Stop
60
lying,
times
asshole.
He tried to get rid of the Affordable Care
Fucking
Act.
worthless piece of
60
shit.
times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate, and the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being
Disparaged.
you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act
Yep,
has
you've
done
got
is
no plan. The guy who came up with the plan that you torpedoed, you fucking piece of worthless American fucking backstabbing traitor piece of shit. I would fight you personally.
ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing
Yep.
conditions. I don't have to
With
tell
what
people what
plan?
you remember what that was like?
You remember what that was like?
Remember when
Yeah,
an
I do.
insurance
I do.
company could deny?
I do.
if a child had asthma,
Yeah, I
someone
do.
was a breast cancer,
Oh, yeah, they were just like, hey, sorry, you die now. And we're like, oh, let's write a fucking Hollywood movie about you. That's not what we paid you for. That's not what we paid you for. Let's write a Hollywood movie about you.
if a grandparent had diabetes, and thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it,
Vice
pass its
President
prologue
Harris, thank
in terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot
made
of...
a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It was
Romneycare? No. No, John McCain did not fight Romneycare. No.
Much better than Obamacare. Much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to do. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country.
What? No, you're crooked. She's done nothing wrong. Name something wrong she's done.
Down the tubes.
President Trump thanked
Down the tubes my ass. Name something she's done that's wrong. Name something she's done that's wrong. Unlike you. You got 34 felonies, you fucking piece of shit fucking traitor. The only reason she even deals with you is because we require her to. Normally, she would normally just file you away in some jail cell. That was a badass. Bonafide badass. You can see he was Rabbit Stew. He was a badass from the name and everything about it. It's not my fault they suck so much dick. He knows it. I know it. It's not our fault that they suck so much dick. No. They've got that cock holstered in their mouth. Like these people. These people have the cock holstered in their mouth. You see it? What's this about? Oh, no. Oh, what are you scaring me about? Oh, man, Rockling. Oh, yeah, he is close, though. He is close. He is close. Yeah.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this. Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir.
Here again is your butthole. Here again is your butthole. Is that everything? Yeah, that's everything. Bye. It's everything. We watched everything today. Let's see what else is on the agenda. Oops. I'll drop to my pen. Oh no, I must go back to the crossroads. I've got to set my home point here. I did it in Ogrimmar, but I don't think that's a wise choice. I'm going to set my home point here. I kind of fucked up because I don't know this material. So I just sort of skipped it. Yep, and as for Fallout 76, it's over, huh? Yeah, it crashed. We're going to go back to Twitch and we're going to say... Yeah, Overwatch 2 comp heals. I'm still waiting. I'm 3.5 minutes in. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. Yeah. It's not my fault the queues are 10 minutes. That's the death of their company and the proof of how incompetent they are. Sturdy quarterstaff. 27 silver, bitch. Yeah. Tribal pants, 1 strength, 1 agility. Those are good pants. They're the same pants I already have. We're going to send them off and we're going to sell them. Okay, you. We'll do one of you. Yeah, we'll sell one. Yep. And then, yep, and then not short sword. No equipping. What are you talking about? We're sending mail. I'm sorry. Go. No, I don't want to send those potions. I'm sorry. And then, I don't want to send that either. Yeah, there we go. And we go send. And then we sort. And then we come to the innkeeper and we turn the music on.
As the wind on the plains, you are always welcome here.
Yeah, I kind of believe it. Those warrior boots, they might sell. Send the warrior boots. Okay.
Hanzo's one.
Oh no.
Is it Juno behind for some reason?
Thank you.
Can't heal you in the bubble. Motherfucker! Kill that fucking bitch! He popped off.
No. Just fight.
I mean, we probably
Just
will.
fight, just fight, just fight. Yeah, just kill him. He ran. Wait for the rest of them.
Just poke this fight. Don't full push. Not full push. top, up top, up top.
Monkey down.
Oh, I'm down. Good shit.
Kill Juno, kill Juno. Come on. Ah!
Come back.
What do we need here? Do we need speed boost? Full group, full group. Full fucking group. Do not fucking get picked, please. Alone, shut the fuck up.
I don't even think that's in voice. Monkey's one, monkey's dead.
Fucking retard ass tank. Oh my god. This guy has to be fucking 10 years old. There's no fucking way. Alright, McCree, I'm gonna pocket your ass and you're gonna carry. Ready?
Oh shit, this might be easier.
Oh, they left. What the fuck? McCree, come up here, come up here.
He's back.
Back here. Careful, careful. Come back a little bit. Come back a little. Drop down, McCree. Drop down.
Keep it going point.
Back, back. Come back, you fucking retard tank! Oh my god, what the fuck, dude? tank actually has fucking Down syndrome, dude. I don't know.
Them, not us. Them, not us.
Like, look at this fucker. What the fuck? You're not gonna win that fight. Like, come back.
Them, not us. Did my best. One left. Three.
Yeah, that's fine. You'll be back. You'll lose you. Doesn't matter. This guy's playing tank, so. Obviously, he has a squeaker voice and he's scared to go and lose my fucking mind, dude. Come back. You can't fight up there. Drop down behind me. Drop down behind with the thing.
You're in front of them. Just get on point. Get on point now.
Save behind me. Save behind me.
Thank you. Good shit, Spexy.
Get the fucking diva. Okay, it's all up to you. It's a fucking 4 odds.
Hanzo, get out of the lane. Alts.
We have to get Diva out of mech. Get Diva out of mech so it's over the phone.
It's good. You guys got it. It's a win. We lost nothing.
Our tank did nothing.
Them, not us. I'm going to hit you with something you may not want to hear. Your win-loss ratio is directly proportional to how toxic you are to your team in the heat of the moment.
Why don't you take a look at my account?
No, I'm not. I don't question you. I'm saying your toxicity is directly proportional to your win-loss ratio.
He's not even in the fucking chat, so what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. You turned on your team far too much. Get on point. Get on point. We got a second stand. Get on point. Get on point. Don't listen to this idiot. Don't listen to him. Just get on point.
You really think we have a chance? Like, you're fucking retarded.
We're halfway. What are you talking about? They got 4 seconds left. What are you talking about? We're on defense.
We're all dead.
We're on defense. It's overtime. It's overtime for them. It's overtime for them, not us. It's overtime for them, not us, you idiot. Win this match now. It's overtime for them, not us. Go, go. I've got 11k heals.
There, look at that. We lost. I told you.
Fucking idiots why we lost. Your win-loss ratio is directly proportional to how toxic you are to your team in the heat of the moment.
Your auction of malachite sold. Aggro.
That dude was so toxic. He throws every game he gets into. Fucking worthless piece of shit born loser. You can see him from a mile away. Worthless piece of shit born losers. Who have never got anywhere in life anywhere.
Light better. You receive loot. Ruined leather scraps. Aggro. You receive loot. Light better. You receive loot. Light letter. Aggro. You receive loot. Strider meat. You receive loot. Crack bill. You receive loot. Light letter.
They can't get kills. Well, no, he did. He did get a kill, though. But they didn't take the point. DPS and tanks who can't even get 5 kills. What can I say? What? Oops. Damn it. You can't get kills. None of these people can get kills. None of them. Oh. I'm still the same amount as you. None of these people can get kills. That was wise. Imagine a system that actually merited you on how many games you had won. That would be the opposite of Blizzard. They're the opposite. They're the death of the known world and the corrupt fucking corporate takeover of everything. And imagine if the corrupt corporate takeover of everything just had no idea how weak they were, you know? I like to imagine it. So this was fun. Let's go back to another different place.
Simulate civilization. Now, split up into 3 different regions, we'll see how civilizations form under different environments. And with no rules or guidelines, the players have total creative freedom to do whatever they want. They can become a farmer and start a peaceful society. They can be a cruel dictator and force taxes on people. Or the players can declare massive wars against other regions. With that being said, throughout this video, you'll unlock characters that play a huge role in the storyline of this video. So, choose a region to root for between the grass, sand, and the snow. Which region will become the strongest, and which region will become extinct? I present to you 1,000 players simulate civilization in Rust. Help us hit 1 million subs this year. Feel free to subscribe. Alright, let's get this thing started. On day 1, as the event started, players spawned across all 3 islands on the server. You had the grass region, the sand region, and the snow region. Now each region...
Well, I wonder which one will win.
For example, in the desert, there's not many tree spawns, so players were already killing each other over a simple resource.
Boys, you got the tree. Get away from me! Come here. We need this wood.
But day 1 was all about building the start to your civilization. So players traveled all around the server to see what kind of loot monuments were located in each region. Things such as the craft ship, and the volcano. Volcano is the sacrifice keywords for Rust. But as players found their new locations to start their civilizations, everyone began constructing the start of their society. Now, as players start with region baby building, here's important to realize that other civilizations have been forming on these islands because the main alliance is still part of that civilization. Not everyone is going to get along, so most likely wars will start to emerge. And after a few hours of everyone building up their civilization, it was time to go to our first server, the snow. This is the galactic force. Now, one thing is the civilization of glorified forces, they already had a few they were collecting in their compound.
Yeah, we're here. We're coming up. I know. Tell me about you yourself. Like, who are you? What do you do?
Team together. We're all here now to show the server who's boss, especially the snow.
Force Gang wanted to simply rule the snow. For my viewers who don't play Rust, Force Gang is the most legendary faction in this entire game. It created a movement back in 2020, 4 years ago. They popularized force combat and created a huge trend back in the day. And 4 years later, they reunited all their members again to play in this event. What's over there? Now, the whole thing seems to be having an issue with
Reaper's in the
civilization,
background.
but I wouldn't really call this a civilization because they were finished.
Might give you one of the sacrifice right now. We need to collect it up. See, this is a sacrifice.
Sure, come on.
The worst hold is.
Oh my god. The two big parts of the game is snow that you want to feel that old. The cannibals will have to go through the even granted new players that spawned those things, it would force them to join their cannibal cult.
First you ready?
Force Gang has they wanted to make an impact on their first attack in this event.
We have lurked in the darkness for too long. We are the forgotten, the unseen. Today is the day we make some plans.
Back up, I think. Back up. Yeah, we got a 50.
Because the world was already emerging in the snow, and all the civilizations living here had to prepare for the worst. This attack officially marked the start of the Cold War. Meanwhile, in the grass region, it is a completely different society. The people of the grass were peaceful role players, all looking to contribute to their civilization. Unlike the snow region, there was no war here in the grass. Everyone was being friendly, and this was a major advantage because their economy thrived. Players in the grass were taking trades, trading farms, taxes, and actually selling the most I introduced you to their grass region. There were pirates, pizza pyramids, massive farm villages, stadiums, shotguns, taxi services, sky houses, casinos. There was everything in this region. With every resource available here, the players could thrive in this environment. Everyone equally given their fair share of work to create a functional society. This is exactly what civilization is all about. People coming together. But there's a difference in every story, and some people watch all this. That's today. But for now, I would just keep it
I have no idea who it was. How much your DP is.
We're here to go and help take a population on the river. So if anyone they're welcome to come over here for any team.
But by far the biggest civilization in the grass was the farmer's village ran by Farmer Conrad, who you may have noticed from my last civilization video.
Hello, Fancy. How are you doing, man?
It's simply a massive village filled with farmers, where everyone produced crops that became the heart of the grass region. Conrad showed me the farmers how Alldayerrydaybaby also. All the farmers gathered to the event started to bring the players to arm together and spread the word around the other grass suppliers. In doing so, Alldayerrydaybaby
sand biome is gonna be the most diplomatic side of the world, you know? You know, the snow is looking kind of hostile from what I've been told, and the grass is just a bunch of role players.
Because of how large their empire was, they've been able to send desert scouts to each region to collect intel on what's happening on the other islands.
We're not here to make enemies, we're not here to make friends, we're here to spread the message of the Bone Fathers and the Bone God. Chosen! One of us!
Alright, I'll be looking forward to this. Sorry, I'll see you guys. Thank you. With this massive Bone Fathers empire growing in numbers, it was a wake-up call to the other desert civilizations. But we'll come back to see how things go down. Now that I've introduced you to every region, I think it's time to address the elephant in the room. On the map, you can clearly see each region. However, there's a middle island. Now, this middle island will have a significant purpose in this event, but many of the players explore this island to see what was on here.
What is this place? It doesn't make sense.
It's an abandoned island with a laboratory facility at the top. Now, it's unknown to the players what secrets this building holds, but soon they will discover what hidden weapon is located here. Meanwhile, in the snow region, we meet a new civilization known as OT. Hello, guys. Hello.
Fancy baby.
Hello, Fancy. Hello.
Now, OT is a clan full of the most talented PvPers in this game, but they have a plan for this event on how to utilize that.
Instead of just going and dominating the server, we want to sell our services to other teams.
Buy an OT member. Since OT has the best PvPers in this game, they're renting their players to other teams on the server and in exchange receive resources.
If some teams don't have the firepower themselves, we can give it to them.
It's pretty much like buying a bodyguard. It comes with insurance plans where if your team is getting raided, OT will come and help defend you.
Or they might be involved in the OT. You never know their OT is in life.
It's a great business model, but the only problem is, OT is located in the sea, and with the Cold War going on, members of the dark secret happening on the snow. See, when one team raided the cannibals but started the Cold War, word got around to the other snow leaders in the structure here in the snow. So one day gathered a secret meeting with all the other leaders of the snow and told them they must obey the rules of the Horse King or else they face a similar fate as the cannibals. In other words, Horse King was enforcing a dictatorship amongst the snow region, doing this to keep the snow unified and prevent them from war from escalating. But was this really the right way? Would the other snow leaders obey this dictatorship? Well, for now it was the only way to pause the war and allow the other civilizations to build up. But we'll have to see how long this dictatorship will last under the Horse King. Back in the grass region, we unlock a new civilization known as Lapuria. This civilization is a mafia syndicate.
Hello, Fancy.
Hello.
Maybe you want to go to the meeting room, but it's not done yet. Or maybe we go to my office.
Now, they're neither good nor bad. All they care about is business and making a profit. I meet the mafia boss, who's a streamer named Pete, along with his right-hand woman, Lisa.
Please take a seat. Something said that we can do nothing that we can do.
Now, if you consider buying OT's rented player service, show me the payment you're going to deliver. Now, a full box of metal is a ton of resources if you're not familiar with Rust. And this was such a risky transport because OT is all the way in the snow region, so Keith needed an army. He needed backup to protect his escort. Well, good thing there's a taxi team in the grass region. Need to get somewhere safe? Need fast transportation? Hit up the taxi team located in the grass and they'll get you anywhere. The taxi team and Laporium are exclusively working together in this event because of their project. Hello.
No fancy art. We're currently researching armored vehicles, so that's why
the taxi team has armored vehicles, which is perfect to escort Laporium to the snow region. And it was time to make the first taxi run of this event.
convoy roll out.
Now, the most dangerous part about this business deal is the trust that's required for it. You see, Laporium is making a transaction with another region, giving a full box of metal from the grasslands and giving it to a civilization in the snow region. Could this cause conflict. How would the other grass
Well,
civilization
push,
feel if they found that Leporium is supporting a business outside of the grass region? We don't know how players will feel about this since it's very early into the event. But
That's
Leporium
right.
is trusting the taxi team for upholding their professionalism and not snitching them out. There he was, the main man. Keep had his payment ready, and it was time to go to the snow.
Hello. Okay, so here is the convoy, as I see that. We are actually ready right now. And remember guys, pour en Bayern.
Now, smuggling goods across the snow border poses a dangerous threat because it's unknown territory, and little did Leporium and the taxis know they were entering dictatorship territory. It was bold for these guys to want to know about the quiet people were trying to avoid the war. They trust that they were about to give a warm welcome. It was going to be intensive. 4 forces that they were working in the snow border saw this convoy coming. Trapped in unknown territory, these grassland runners realized they made a mistake. One taxi was already destroyed and they were pinned down, forced to use the cover of their vehicles. But luckily, the grasslands did outnumber the 4 snow soldiers and took many casualties in the process. However, more importantly, this is our first region interaction. So this small play by the grasslands would be the start of an entire region-wide war. As for now, the payment was successfully delivered, but this made me realize what we could possibly see later down the road when regions start to question. We go back to the desert because the growing Bone Empire was gaining the interest of other civilizations. That's one of them being the Warhorseman civilization. And don't you just confused with the horse kings who are in the snow? I'm not sure why this is sudden interest in horses in these events, but I'm just happy to say that I'm a huge civilization event because so many people made horse farms which made the server left. Sorry, Dirt Rider. Alliance with the other nearby civilization known as EMP. They're a military faction. They don't talk much, they just get the job done.
We just ran in a group that refused to be part of the alliance.
Everybody regroup.
Civilizations are alliances, and they're both aware of the growing Bone Fathers Empire down in the south. And well, there was only one thing left to do, and that was to go confront them. Now, civilizations traveled together to the Bone Fathers Empire to gain fight over the desert region, or if peace could be made and these 3 civilizations could unify together and
Hey, I can't hear you in there.
Now, who knows what's about to happen, but we're either about to see the biggest war start in this event, or the biggest alliance.
Hey, follow me.
Hey, stay.
Woo!
Agreement we can get
That
with
was
obviously,
crazy.
us being 4 horsemen and everything. It seems like our stories are going to be a bit intertwined.
I hear you. I think that would be a good idea that we work together and intertwine, as you said.
Shall we keep the desert? I think it would be a smart strategy for the stronger groups of the desert to align together to take out the riffraff of the desert, and then work together to fight the other biomes.
There's a lot of small groups in the desert right now that are kind of causing us problems. Nothing significant, but the top of the food chain's got to eat. I think it benefits all of us if we can deal with the little ants on the ground.
It does.
I agree.
Absolutely. I can see this alliance working both ways.
For a united desert island to thrive, we have to be on the same page, I think.
Perfect, perfect. I think what we do going forward is we got to get rid of the riffraff. The desert has to be unified, and if you need anything, you let us know.
If you need something to, let us know as well.
All right. Thank you guys for coming.
Okay. That's on the fly, man.
And so, it was official. The three most powerful civilizations in the desert region formed an alliance together, therefore creating what they called the Triangle Union. Because with their base locations on the map, it created an invisible triangle. And because they were the three most powerful civilizations in the desert nation, they worked together to completely eliminate what they called the Rift Raft. In other words, they raided all the smaller civilizations in the desert, therefore starting the Desert Civil War.
This was a good game. Good game. I'm back in silver, I guess. Here we go. Had to pee. You sound so much like Mr. Beast. It sounds really weird. The way you talk, the desert region, blah, blah, blah. You've never been there. You don't understand what's going on. But you try to tell what's going on. You never played Rust before. And you try to tell the desert region. The desert region. You've never played Rust before. But you try to talk a lot about the desert region. You fucking jackass.
Welcome back, guys. It's different today. It's very different. Something that I've not done in a while, which is...
You sound like a full-blown heroin addict to me, and I'm going to stop. I'm terribly sorry. Yeah, I'm sure.
So it turns
yeah.
out media personalities who were spewing insane pro-Russia misinformation were
Yeah, I bet they were.
paid by Russia.
I bet
the
they
Justice
were.
Department indicted 2 people working for the TV network Russia Today for illegally funneling $10 million to right-wing YouTubers to push narratives favorable to the Kremlin. The indictment goes after Tenet Media and its
Oh, never mind. It'll go in.
including Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, and Benny Johnson. Now, I know it would be easy to drag Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, and Benny Johnson for, at best, being useful idiots. Kremlin puppets. People with
Kremlin
zero ethics
puppets.
whose ethical compass is either broken or non-existent. Shills willing to shill for Russian interests. Sell out for a few rubles. Gormless morons who saw conspiracies everywhere but in the mirror. Complete imbeciles
who were the right wing that didn't check where their nutsack was or their brain. Same place, same place, same thing. Ukraine is not the enemy of this country. I have many Ukrainian friends. Fuck you, asshole. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
They were paid millions of dollars. Several received $100,000 per episode. Please shed a tear for them.
Shed a tear.
History of spouting basically pro-Russian propaganda, though they claim that no one ever had editorial control over their content. But hopefully these guys are just going to tweet their way through this. Tim Pool went on the Ben Shapiro show to explain
Tim Pool.
enterprise work.
Lauren contacted us and was saying, you know,
Right wing,
we'd like
Tim
to
Pool.
license something from you, or we agreed to a non-exclusive broadcast license, which meant that we own the show. The show is owned by the Culture War Company, which is its own company. We own distribution rights, we own audio distribution rights, everything about it. They just effectively paid for a license, which would have it appear on their YouTube channel Friday morning at 9 a.m. And with that, they got to use my license and things like that.
But as part of this investigation, the government also seized over 24 internet domains allegedly directed by the Russian government. These influencers collectively made at least $10 million from Russians who directed them to follow pro-Russia talking points. As Molly Knight
Wait, we got them all somehow? No way.
more money from Russia.
No way she got them all somehow. I'm gonna come help her. No.
Now cooperating with feds,
Oh
while
God.
Johnson posts Bible verses on Twitter. So let's talk about why these guys are going through some things. This indictment, and I remind you, these allegations have not yet been court, accuses Konstantin Kalashnikov and Elena Afanasieva of secretly working for Russia Today, which is known as RT. Russia Today is a state-controlled broadcast. That means it is funded and directed by the government. RT operates as an international news and media organization, and although RT presents itself as an independent outlet, its editorial policies and operations are widely understood to be aligned with the States. Kalashnikov manages multiple RT corporate distribution channels in the United States. According to investigative journalist Christo Grozev, who worked for Speaker Yellow, Kalashnikov is the son of the Donetsk mayor who sided with the Russian invaders. That's right. Grozev reported that Kalashnikov managed to get visas for 4 trips to the U.S. West Coast between 2016 and 2021 during the administration. Elena Afanasieva, who goes by Tina, describes herself as being a producer at RT, dealing with overseas affairs and news. Here she is. Now, according to the indictment, the defendant funded by RT laundered almost $10 million through shell corporations to covertly support a Tennessee-based company, which the indictment refers to as Nestle. This company then produced videos for social media platforms like YouTube and TikTok without disclosing RT's involvement. Company 1 is not identified by name in the indictment, but Company 1 is media. How do we know? Well, the indictment says on its website, US Company 1 describes itself as a network of heterodox commentators focused on Western political issues, and identifies 6 commentators, including 1, 2, and 3. People quickly found that Tenet Media used the phrase a network of heterodox commentators to describe the website. And Tenet Media was incorporated in Tennessee on January 19th, which is the same day as the indictment. Now, Tenet Media was apparently founded by Liam Donovan and Lauren Chen, who are referred to as Founders 1 and Founder 2, respectively. Chen's YouTube channel has over 500,000 subscribers, but her involvement in Tenet Media was not...
Expect this to happen over and over again.
Chen used to host 2 shows for Glenn Beck's Blaze TV. She's a contributor to Turning Point USA, and in a statement, Glenn Beck's company said it fired her. Helpfully, Tim Pool and Benny Johnson both confirmed that they were named in the indictment. In a now deleted and revised tweet, Pool explained that he was an unwitting victim. Quote, should these allegations prove true, I, as well as the other personalities... I cannot speak for anyone else in the company as to what they do or to what they are instructed. He mistakenly called the DOJ indictment leaks. Again, quote, that being said, we still do not know what is true as these allegations. This is scumbag. Recently, he's done a complete 180 and started posting pro-Ukraine tweets, though it would not surprise me if this is under control and makes it playing chess. But for future reference, Pool appears to be commentating 2 of these things. The Russians paid Pool $100,000 per video to post podcasts and make videos. And over the last couple of years, Pool just has become very preoccupied with the idea that the U.S. is on the brink of civil war. And that means one of the core messages that the Russians are going to promote. We'll have more on how the talking points tie into the not called good old USA. And now that the indictment is public, Pool has apparently changed his mind about the deep state. He said he's been contacted by the FBI because he's a victim of a crime and intends to cooperate. Benny Johnson is also tweeting through it. He said, quote, a statement on the leaked DOJ indictment today. A year ago, a media startup pitched my company to provide content as an independent contractor. Our lawyers negotiated a standard arms deal, which was then terminated. We are disturbed by the allegations in today's indictment. It's clear that myself and other influencers were victims in this scheme. My lawyers will be so there's a lot to unpack. First of all, the indictment is not sealed. Johnson is not a victim of the deep state, and it's hard to claim that you're a victim when you accepted a whole bunch of money to be a useful idiot for Russia. And as for the bit about his lawyers handling anyone who suggests he wasn't a victim, well, you know, bring it on, I guess. Dave Rubin also confirmed he was one of the influencers. Quote, these allegations clearly show that I and other commentators were the victims. I knew absolutely nothing about any of the parties. People on the internet was a silly show covering viral videos videos, which ended 4 months ago. The DOJ never contacted me regarding this matter, and I have no intention to comment further. This screenshot directly from the indictment speaks for itself. Rubin is referring to paragraph 4 of the indictment. Kalashnikov, Afanasieva, Founder 1 and Founder 2 also worked together to deceive 2 U.S. online commentators. Now, the key word here is deceive because the government says that the Russian media founders kept its talent in the dark about Russia's involvement. And it's important to note that the DOJ did not charge the individuals. We'll discuss their level of involvement in a minute. But here's a sample of the kind of videos that Tim Pool was making.
We should rescind all funding, financing, or all military support, and we should apologize to Russia.
Now, part of the story I completely believe in, part of it I hate. It's entirely possible that the influencers had no idea where it was coming from. The indictment says the money was funneled from Russia today through foreign shell corporations to Tenet Media and then dispersed to the various influencers. And the indictment says that Donovan and Jen actively tried to deceive the Russian influencers. So it's possible they had no idea where it was coming from. Though what they had to do for this huge amount of money is so suspect that they should have been asking more questions, which is the part of this clip that line. Tim Pool says that $100,000 per episode is basically going to pay for his podcast. That's not true. The podcast that he's referring to got between $100,000 and $100,000 per episode, and the nature of the deal was a non-exclusive license, meaning that he could host it on his channel and also on his media channel. So in other words, it was basically a huge amount of money for basically the same work. And that's sort of the whole point. They never received exclusive content. They were given this money, which is fungible by the way, to amplify their message. And if they weren't given content because the Kremlin liked their message so much that they had no notes and just wanted to amplify the message as is. Now, does this content reflect Tim Pool's real opinions? That's for viewers to decide. Forbes is reporting that Rubin is apparently referred to as Commentator 1 in the indictment. Rubin signed a contract that paid him $400,000 a month, plus a $100,000 signing bonus and performance incentives. Lauren Southern, Benny Johnson, and Matt Christensen are the other influencers who work with Tenet Media. Christensen is allegedly commentator number 6. See paragraph 34, which says one of the influencers announced the company's formation in a video. And after news of the indictment broke, Christensen told his viewers on a YouTube stream,
I guess if you think that pro-American is pro-Christian, and when I say that, I mean like core constitutional foundational Declaration of Independence type stuff. So, yeah, I guess if that aligns with Putin, then I've been had.
Now, pro tip, if you think that America's founding values are best exemplified by Vladimir Putin, then yes. Now, I don't know what's worse, being paid to shill for Russia or being willing to shill for Russia, regardless of whether you were paid. Now, it's important to state, it's not illegal to run a Russian-backed TV channel. In fact, it would be illegal under U.S. law to shut it down. It's also not illegal to state Russian talking points, nor is it illegal to be paid to speak them. The First Amendment is the First Amendment. But it's also not illegal for platforms like YouTube to not allow those state-backed media platforms on their own platform, which obviously would make it hard for those state-backed media organizations to get the reach that they want, leading them to covert operations. And it is illegal for foreign influencers to try to influence people without registration. Now, obviously, if you're running a Russian disinformation campaign, you'll want a lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, running my law firm, if you've got a car crash, suffered a data breach, whether or not the Russians were responsible for the hack, or are dealing with a workers' compensation security issue, we can represent you to help find you the right attorney. It's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can maximize your recovery, or just find out what your options are. So click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation. These you don't just need a legal system, you need a Now, the indictment says the defendants are using digital personas to disguise their identities and to launder money that they obtain from influencers. For example, the defendants created Edward Grigorian, a fictional private investor who was presented as the sponsor of the company. Grigorian was supposed to be a wealthy businessman from Belgium with ties to finance. In reality, no such person existed, as evidenced by the fact that there is literally no information about him on the internet. The closest you'll find is this poor associate at the law firm of Latham & Watkins. Kalashnikov pretended to be Grigorian, creating a fake accent during phone calls with influencers. And then there's Helena Shudra and Victoria Pesty.
Come on, man, charge these headphones, motherfucker. You threw this game.
These names allowed her to act covertly without revealing her connection to Russia today. Afanasieva, through these personas, monitored the content released by Tenet Media influencers. For example, on February 16, 2024, Afanasieva posing as Shudra said, quote, I do worry that neither Commentator 3 nor Commentator 1 share any raw videos posted on X. Commentator 2 shared only one video. Commentator 4 didn't share any raw videos. She only shared a mini doc and its promo. Commentator 5 is good at sharing our content so far. This is only one of the 6 influencers of women we know the content. Afanasieva also identified the messages that she wanted influencers to share. During the first 6 months of 2024, she posted links to approximately 840 video clips, which were originally posted by U.S. Company One staff onto U.S. Company One's social media channels. And the best example of all, which involved a very high-profile American conservative, quote, on February 15th, 2024, Afanasieva, while posing as Shudra, shared a video of a well-known U.S. political commentator visiting a grocery store in Russia. Afanasieva posted the video in the producer Discord channel. Later that day, producer One privately...
It's like a bad buzz. God damn it. I should go make something to eat.